Woo, that was quick. Almost took me by surprise. Hello, everyone. So, I keep telling people the truth, and they keep telling me bullshit. And I have to keep telling them the truth and the truth and the truth and the truth, because there's always more truth. Forrest said he wanted to give us hope out of depression. What did that mean? Do you know? Of course not. You assume you know. Hey, Captain Kidd, how you doing? What's happening? Just some more truth, mate, about where it was and why it was there. You know how it is. Simple truth that is undeniable. Like, for the past few months, I've been basically resting my case with regard to where a chest was in the Rocky Mountains, more than 8.25 miles north of Santa Fe. And people keep giving bullshit about, I don't know, bullshit. And this is not about me trying to prove that I'm right. This is about me telling what the truth is and why it is the truth. That's it. This is the truth, and this is why it's the truth. That's it. Not really bothered about the chest, not really bothered about what I am. I'm bothered about the treasure because it deserves to be seen by everyone and anyone that is interested in seeing it, but especially those in the thrill of the chase who actually made an effort to go looking for it. Now, those words, hope out of depression, is when the chest is pulled from the spot that it's in. So, there is a word in the poem, waters. I'll show you it later. The synonym of that is depression. Please remember that when I go through the word hope, because hope out of waters. And you know the word for waters that I gave you that comes after warm. So, sounds legit. It's nice to hear someone's truth. It's not my truth. It's the truth of the thrill of the chase. So it's Forrest Fenn's truth. It's the words that he used, whittled down, was a phrase he gave us, or at least whittling, but whittled down to the only possible reason that he gave these hints, truths, whatever you want to say, however you want to do it. I'm not sure which one of my personalities is split. They're all split. We're all split. We are like the banana splits. So let's do the do. This is a long one, so if you're watching this after this live, put it on as fast as you want. But if you're not, well, sorry, you're either in for the long haul or disappear. It's up to you. I will not be offended if you choose to be elsewhere. This is just so it is out there. And so it begins. The truth of where a chest was and why it was there. So the first thing is, you had to have faith in a maverick. Had to have hope in a maverick. You had to move with confidence. You had to move with hope. So, information from Forrest Fenn. Here's the reason why he gave you the information. So, we've got those road-coloured glasses and light at the end of the tunnel. So, often talks about the store, selling different things, different stores. His leap of faith, or his leap anyway, when he wanted to jump into that tree, or his landing in a tree when jumping out of a plane. The face. Again, these are possible solves based on the wording that Forrest gave us and what they synonym to. So they will be other people's solves, but not because of what they thought of and how they did it, just because they are the words that Forrest used. Oh no, we're doing that. The traction. Is that when somebody had their leg in plaster? Do 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 do. Danger. 50-50. That's tin. Tin. The periodic table. So, bullet was hope. There's my case. Must be in those cards. 4 cards and a joker. I hope you're remembering depression is waters. The coin flip. He was definitely going to win the second time he went back. This is going to be happening. Oh dear. Don't pay any bets. Wonder why that was. I learned 8 words or whatever it was in 5 minutes. More than I could have learned at college or whatever. Hardy omen. I know things and I hope stuff. Who says I can't affect the hope? Hopes and fears of all the years. The path. Is that the way? The writing is on the wall. We'll start slowly and it will get interesting as we go along. Just keep you in suspense and bated breath. The hope of the chase. Always looking forward because we can't find reverse. Butterflies. Countdown. Won't find it on You'll See Spring, but there's break. It was shot and don't pay the bet. Don't step on a hope. Don't step on a crack. The hunger was becoming a reality, or however he said it. Share in my passion, the itch. Drive to the first clue. Me and Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones. Took on a purpose all of its own. The plan don't like making plans, except those for Nigel. We're only making plans for Nigel. The Bourne mission, the Holy Grail. The idea, remember, the poem is encased in the idea, which is hope. That hope out of a depression. So we have the hope, which is the end, and the end is ever drawing nigh. You need to resolve, metal and resolve. You'll probably see both of those here. And tenacity. And a good reason. Remember, we had it before, the focus and the end. In tight focus with the word that is key. Destination unknown. The one wherefore, the function and the junction. If I should succeed in this hope, the hope in the junction. Is there a will? Someone in the chase is obsessed. They have an obsession. You're my obsession. You're what you want me to be, to make you sleep with me. You are an obsession. My obsession. Forrest used to hope or daydream. If you will. The munchies. I remember those. Well, hey, with the munchies. The munchies. Not because I used to smoke weed every day, but my brothers did. Well, mainly one brother who, I spent more time with. Him and his friends, a bit of black, a bit of weed, and I was getting high as well. I don't smoke, I don't drink, but being there in a room full of smoke, it was like getting blowbacks. Listening. Hope is Spot. I wanted to give Spot out of Waters, depression. So, the hope is the spot. That's interesting. It's bullseye. That was a program I used to watch. It's a bullseye. Something significant. So it's of significance because Forrest had a project in his desk, his office, wherever that was. Don't squat with them on. You needed a hope. You needed a catalyst. A catalyst, eh? Another scrapbook. Carrot. What's the big idea? A hidden motive out of depression. A hidden agenda. A special interest. Is this part of the chase, or was this just an add-on? It was in thought. Okay. No one can think my thoughts. Can't be then. Because no one can think the thoughts of Forrest Fenn. The years that I was leaning on. here is some hope, some bias that everybody in the chase had. Hope. Everybody had hope. But they also had their own bias, which made them believe that they could think Forrest Fenn's thoughts and that they had a decent soul, even though that was impossible. Because you would have had to thought what Forrest Fenn thought, and he said no one can. So he had to tell you by giving you words like hope out of depression, rapture, and a cup of tea with Olga. That was nice of her. Tooth. The tooth is on fire. Remember the teeth? Lady Willpower. He was not short of tenacity, and it is there in hope, in spirit, he says. It's there in spirit, out of waters. Star trekking across the universe on the Starship Enterprise, needing to have another turn. All of those people with that bias that they were warned about needed another turn until they realized when Forrest Fenn says, no one can think my thoughts, there is absolutely, categorically, no reason to think of a solve at all. If you think of a solve, it's wrong. Because Forrest Fenn has to tell you. So let's do this. What am I thinking? No one can think my thoughts. What am I thinking? Never going to know, are you? You are never going to think what I'm thinking. What's the point of trying to do a solve? There is no point having that bias that you believe that you can think what was thought of by Forrest after he told you couldn't. So your confirmation bias that you were told about is, I will tell you the answer. Don't bother thinking of anything. That's just your own bias. Whatever you think of, whatever it is, you cannot think my thoughts. So whatever you come up with is incorrect. You have no idea what it is that I thought of, and whatever you come up with is incorrect. Just like it's in a place not normally go. So you need another turn because your bias says that guy's a genius. Bone, fire, devices, feeling. I'm not going to explain them, gut feeling and all those things. Otherwise, I'll be here forever. Go! So, why is it that I must hope and leave my trove for all to seek? Why is it that I must hope and leave my trove for all to hope? That's what it could be. You might not believe it, but I'm telling you the truth. Punch. Which sort of punch? The punch that he did a scrapbook on? Or the punch on the nose? You needed faith. Now, if you are faithful in your fullness, no. Oh, I thought it'd gone. I thought it'd gone to the next screen. Listen, this is simple and it's truth. The chest, what's it called? It's called indulgence. You needed faith in the maverick. You needed to be faithful. In your faithfulness, being faithful or at faithful, let's say you are at faithful. And at faithful, this faithfulness is indulgence, the name of the chest that you were looking for. What does hope out of depression mean? Indulgence out of Giza, or indulgence out of waters, those warm waters, those faithful fucking waters. So the information that Forrest gives you is true. He has to tell you where it is because you can't think what he thought of. And that poem in his book is fucking useless. It's fake. You need to go back to the beginning. You need the original fucking poem told to you by Douglas Preston saying, I saw the first draft. Too easy. So, the truth is, when Forrest said hope out of depression, he told you the name of the chest and where to get it out of. Are you there yet? No? Let's carry on and see why he gave us some other information regarding where his chest was. Indulgence out of waters, depression. Hope out of depression. His chest, indulgence, out of Giza. The faithful Giza, because you had to have faith in a maverick. What does maverick mean? The eye. Another solve that people did. So, can you remember that? Indulgence out of waters, because I will show you that waters means depression and hope is indulgence. And you were told he wanted to give indulgence out of Giza. Hope out of depression. See, everything that I've said confirms everything that Forrest said. You see how that works? I don't try and confirm my solve like other people do. I try to confirm what did Forrest Fenn tell us. And I try to use the truth of what Forrest Fenn told us about how to find his chest. And one of those things was, no one can think my thoughts, which means he has to tell us. And any soul, out of the hundreds of thousands of souls that people came up with, were useless because they thought of it. Therefore, every single fucking solve was confirmation bias. Was your own bias based on what you thought it could possibly be. And you were told not to use your own bias. You were told, I will tell you the answer. The answers I already know. So, let us carry on. Mr. Bond. M sent for me the backbone, the fetish and the spine. I wonder. I wonder. Why? Why? Oh, you can sex drive to the first clue. She went away, and I wonder. Ashley, power. I have the power. He-Man. Who remembers that? Are you the only one here? Oh, no. Hi, Sophia. Hi there. I'm on silent mode. Sorry. Nice to see you, though. It's nice to read you. I hope you're feeling as well as you can be feeling. Or even better, if it's at all possible. A necessary evil. Remember, necessary is all faithful. Necessary evil. Necessary is hope. Indulgence is hope. Out of depression. Out of waters. Out of the end is also old faithful. Resolve. You needed that along with metal. Maybe you needed indulgence. See how it works. Tight focus. Share in his hope, his passion, his indulgence. You share in his treasure chest called indulgence. No? Still not there yet? Well, it'll be a bit, but it will turn up. And it will tell you that's where you had to be. Drive to the first clue. Call. Hunger. Bum, ba, bum, bum, bum. Drought. Succeed in this endeavor. Bum, ba, bum, bum, bum. Burning. Will. More enterprise. Excuse me, more obsession. More energy. That's what I just burped. A penchant. Remember that word, K-Pro? Penchant means hope. Spirit. It's there in hope. It's there in indulgence. It's there in tenacity. I was not short of tenacity, says Forrest. Why is it that I must hope and leave my trove a deep hope, sir? Thank you, universe. A deep thinking searcher. What does that translate to? It translates to old faithful hope searcher, which translates to old faithful indulgence searcher, a deep thinking searcher, old faithful indulgence searcher, because indulgence is in the depression and you are going to take it out of the depression, which is waters, which you will see after this. Because I only tell you the truth. It's there in daydream, thought. Yes, it's in hope. It's in indulgence. But it's not in thought. Project. Fire. Catalyst. Get up and go. Why is it that I must go, go, go? Ignition, go, go, go. Bullseye. You have to shift, adrift and adjust. Remember, we're at the spot here, which is the waters, warm waters, old faithful waters, Giza, hope out of depression, which is waters, indulgence out of Giza. That's the spot. I've always told you that but is an important word. And now you know why. Because there is a place that the spot has to be categorically, without any shadow of doubt. Has to be there. Because Forrest said his poem led you there. And you don't want to listen? Tough. You're going to hear it. Something significant was said. Then, the prize. Something significant. Oh man, when you see it, mind you, most of the stuff I've said, you shouldn't deny. It's just obvious that that's what it is, because something must be obvious to you by now. But this, and I've already told you it before, but not in this way, because I tell you bit by bit. Don't squat with them on. Nuts and bolts, the carrot. The carrot. And they called it puppy love. Oh, I guess I'll never know. Why is it that I must go? The reason why? Not the end game. Well, the end game, because, yeah, it is end. Leaning on. The years that I was leaning on. Stuntman. Remember I told you in my video, if you are brave and contact Forrest, I give you ownership of the Holy Grail. No, the deed. Hope, which translate to the chest, indulgence, the deed. I give you ownership of indulgence, or the hope. I don't say things unless they are important. It's important to know what is worth knowing and what is not worth knowing. So the word knowing is important, because Forrest told us that. You didn't hear that, but he said it's important to know what is worth knowing. Your effort will be worth knowing. Cup of tea with Olga, whee, which is gold. Always believe in your soul. You've got the power to know you're indestructible. You have to move with confidence. This is not the answer yet. This is just part of the answer of what Forrest Fenn was saying. Happiness is the pot. Where is the pot? The end of the rainbow, which Forrest said it will lead to the treasure, and the end of my rainbow? So if happiness is the pot and there is a pot at the end of the rainbow, that must be where indulgence is, mustn't it? Of course it must. So if you find the pot, which is happiness, because happiness is the pot, if you find happiness, happiness, the greatest gift, I confess, I thank the Lord that I possess more than my share of happiness, or positive thinking, or high spirits. Always look on the bright side of life. Da-da, da-da-da-da-da. Always look on the bright side of life. Now we join Forrest again because he is in his revelry. Here he is in his revelry. Do you see how we have a chest and we are in the spot where happiness is, and we need to get the indulgence out of depression, the hope out of depression. I see, said the blind man. Well, a blind man can't find it. Oh, more pep to see how high he would hope or hop. Life, spirit, brio, brio. Why is it, remember the reason why is it that I must go? More punch, more drive, more passion, more water, elan, ginger, starch, gas, beans, or scrapbooks that Forrest gave us. Vinegar, vinegar, the vinegar. Use the fork. The fork. No, the force. No, the force. Use the fork. Forrest was just having hope. Forrest was just having fun. And he thought it was funny that nobody knew what he was saying. Except somebody did. Somebody did. He was the only one that knew what he was saying. Uh-oh. Just use the vlogs for hope. Remember that word? Brr. When it was cold. Not quite the burr that was supposed to be used, was it? Brr. But it was the word that he used. He gave us that word. Remember the tuck shop? I got a feeling in my gut feeling. Oh, where's feeling on? There. I got a feeling, it's in my guts feeling. Star trekking, whoopee. Third break, there's spring. Find the doctor, find the treasure. Found the pepper and the bubble. Find the doctor who will share my adventure. Bob! Bob! It's Bob, look. There's Bob. There's Bob. I got a feeling. Won't be long. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. Remember Forrest told us about the hoopla? The hoopla. Remember? The hoopla. What was he talking about? What was he talking about? Won't find it. Picnic. Spring break. Thrill. He just kept telling you the answer, and you just kept ignoring him. And you came up with your own answers or your own solve. And it's like, you're not supposed to come up with a solve. You're not supposed to think of anything. You can't think what I thought, so don't bother. That's what he said. I know you think I'm being what's the name, but I'm not. I'm just telling you. That's what he said. Don't bother coming up with a solve. I'm going to tell you what it is. You're wasting your time with your confirmation bias. Don't mess with my hope. Don't mess with my indulgence. Don't mess with my poem. Don't mess, don't mess, don't mess. As much as any man can measure. Device. Put foot down. Step on it. Hope on it. Hope. Hope. Oh, 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 oh. So much confirmation. The substitute. I did tell you. You must remember to think of the substitute, the swapping of stuff. Shift, drift, and adjust. We didn't know which way was out. The way out. All them means in the book. There's only one way in as far as he knows. Well, there is only one way in the hole. You must, with that confidence, and here is move. Medium article. Trick. Oh no. He's coming up soon. Band-Aid. Do they know it's Christmas time at all? Hack. Somebody hack the soul. Agent. Look. Here it is. The solution. The solution was hacked. The solve. Solve is another word later on. Don't worry, I'm not just making it up. Solve is later on. But the solve was hacked. Here it is. Literally being hoped. And there's Bond, the agent. The mode, the mean, the medium. Median, whatever it is. The subterfuge, the wiles, tracks and wiles of nature. People think they're just words, but I crafted that poem. If it's a hoax, why are you still looking? Don't pay bets. Cool. Like, he must have peed his pants laughing so much. Just crazy. He needed a vehicle. He needed hope. He needed indulgence. He needed blah, 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 blah. It was shot. Indeed it was. Power to all our friends, to the music that never ends. I don't mind accepting a gift. Oh, did you say nouse or noose or new? No, knee. The knights he saying knee. Knick knack paddywhack, give the dog a bone. This old man came rolling home. Craft. Ooh. It's the right stuff. Who says I can't affect hope? Stuff. That bloke's a genius. Please touch. Please touch. Art. Head. Nose. Formula. Green thumb. Oh, that thumb. drive, temper, resolve. My hope is in Wyoming. Move with confidence. It's there in spirit. You need mettle and resolve. Deserve another turn. See how it works? See what Forrest did? He just had some words and he went, right, with these words, I'm going to base the whole thrill of the chase, even the word thrill and chase are used in these, which is why it's called I Got a Feeling. No, it's not called I Got a Feeling. Feather. Place. Special place. Where's your head at? Where's your head at? Go out into indulgence. Nature. Get out into nature. Get out into indulgence. Get the treasure. Women wear makeup. False advertising. Is that a different word by any other name? Hey, is that a substitute for what it really? Ah, look, these were in the chase in some form or others. The allegories and the analogies and the trope and the metaphor and the figure of speech and the blah de blah de blah de blah de blah de blah play on words. All of this. Tropology. 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 More device. The parallel. Remember the parallel? Ah, we're nearly there for the one and the only, the absolute. As much as you want to be a fucking awkward twat who doesn't want to admit that you were wrong, you will see that he said, this is where it is. And if you find this, you find that. Laying on of hands. Well, get your hands on the chest. His daydream again. Imagination. You need hope or imagination. Mirage, another scrapbook in his reverie. Bubble scrapbook. Wee. Uh-oh. I think it's here. I think it's coming up. I think it might be here. Idea. Fiction. Do, 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 do. What's this? What's this? Is it a rainbow? So we had to get to the end of the rainbow and the treasure. Fucking hell, I love you. I love you. Fuck. Confirmation. So, indulgence was the chest with the treasure in it, supposedly. And it was going to be at the end of the rainbow. Well, let's see. Were there some eggs in a crescent moon in the chase? In the book? Were those eggs in moonshine? Probably. But let's find the end of the rainbow, shall we? Because that was just a rainbow. A rainbow. But we had to be at the end of the rainbow to make it to the correct place, having shifted, drifted, adjusted, best able to adapt, etc., etc., etc. Doing all of those things. All of them things. All of them things. Now, as much as you want to deny that somebody else could have solved it because you did, in the statement that Forrest made, he tells you end of the rainbow out of waters, or Giza, hope out of depression. Now, you had to find that treasure at the end of the rainbow, and that treasure was in a chest called indulgence. Indulgence is hope. End of the rainbow is hope. And if you find it, you found his treasure. See how it works? He gave you the information that was truthful information, and he told you if you follow the 9 clues precisely, I've explained all that before, if you follow it precisely, remember the substitute, we just saw the substitute, same words, different word, you get to the end of the rainbow. Now I've said, how do you know which end of the rainbow that you are to find the treasure? How do you know? I've said it lots of times in my other videos because I said there's 2 ends of the rainbow. How do you know which end of the rainbow to go to get the treasure? It's the end of the rainbow where indulgence is, where hope is. That's the end of the rainbow, where the chest is. So in this word hope, you have the chest, the spot, at the end of the rainbow. Now, you found the end of the rainbow, which is the spot, out of this word hope. You found the chest, which is indulgence, which is the spot. Now you have to take it out of the spot, which is warm waters, which, as we know, was faith at the top and faithfulness and end. So Forrest told you where it was in the words they used, and he talked about the chest, which is why he called it indulgence. So the chest was at the end of the rainbow. I suppose you would have to make an effort to get that. Excuse me, confirmation. Around the edges, the abstractions around the edges. If you've never been to the edge, how will you know? Sweven, not 9. Remember thinking, deep thinking searcher, using knowledge will be able to solve my poem. Mr. Brown. You had to move with hope, shift, drift, and adjust. You had to have, not the lift, because that was in New Mexico. You had to have faith and become faithful. Don't squat with them on. If you were faithful, you would find indulgence with your faithfulness and your faith. Team building, woohoo! Woo and who. A Job interview without the J's. We're missing stuff. It's nice to be in the presence of the soul. It is. I'm not claiming to be a soul. I'm just claiming to tell you the truth. Hi there, I'm on. I've done that. 9 clues that lead to the end of my rainbow. Rainbow equals 42 degrees. Hint is 9242 and find a point 9. Yeah, okay. Okay. Nice to see who farted. A long time ago. That was key to finding the X on the map. Okay. Wasn't about any other words at all. So how did you get that information, Mr. Who Farted, Miss Who Farted, Mrs. Who Farted? How did you think of it, or did Forrest tell you it? Because he said no one can think his thoughts. If you thought that that was the answer, it can't be correct. Just tell me what Forrest said. No one can think my thoughts. Unless you're talking about a different answer for a different place that is not, well, it's true, but your effort after moving with confidence and succeeding in the endeavor at the end will be in the Totem Cafe Caper. Because in that chapter, there are GPS coordinates told to you in the poem. Not lying. Not lying. Your effort. Your effort. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Not lying. In that chapter, written in the poem, tells you. Now I know Davey has that as his solve, but it's not because your effort, your quest to cease, you need resolve. So whilst there is some credibility to Davey's solve, there is no confirmation with the information that he has. But he definitely has it, and it's definitely real. And it was just confirmed by source, by the universe, that it does indeed exist. Does indeed, yeah. Exist, yeah. Sharing my passion, Forrest said. If the try is sincere, game, get out the game room. If you don't have a program, how will you know? Crusade. Pay attention to detail. Number, post, measure. Oh, let's not forget happiness. Thank you. Thank you. Let's not forget happiness. Thank you. Let's not forget happiness, because happiness is the pot at the end of the rainbow. Happiness is the pot at the end of the rainbow. All out of hope, out of depression. Let's not forget that, because we have the end of the rainbow, but we also have the pot, because we have the happiness, which is the pot. As Forrest told us it was. Not my words, not my thoughts, nothing to do with me, just the information that Forrest gave us that told us all of the answers. These are the words that he gave us that told us where it was. Oh, roadmap. Part. Office. Remember the project was in his office. The hope was in his hope. Blueprint prize. Any hope of some is better than no hope of any. Threw time in the bin. Threw hope in the bin and then took it back out. At the place, the spot, the lark. Remember, bucket list, lark that he killed, the swallowtail or whatever it was. More power, more power, more power. So what does do mean? What does do mean? Life is just a ball game, a bit, a step, the method, the device. They're all on the bandwagon. Did he fall off the bandwagon? Bum was just standing next to one. Oh, look! A lottery! A bid! A raffle! Shame auction isn't there. The tracks and wiles of nature. A scam. Don't. Success is an omniscient guru. The leap. The drill. The fight. The crack. The go. I love you. Thank you. Creation. I put on the front of this flipping video these flat earthers. The world sits on 7 pillars. And what do the 7 pillars sit on? Listen, if the earth that is flat sits on 7 pillars, what do the pillars sit on? How big are these pillars? What do they sit on? Now, there is no land for those pillars to support anything. And if there is land for those pillars to support anything, then the earth would sit on that land. It wouldn't need pillars. But if there's nothing to support those pillars, how the fuck does Earth sit on them? Now, I have told you so many times, in the beginning was the Word, and that Word has been corrupted. And in that Bible, those words are corrupted, and they are not 7 pillars, you fucking flat earth idiots. They are rules. They are universal rules, because that's what pillars mean. And the firmament is different as well. It doesn't mean what you think it does. Nothing is what it seems, and words don't mean what you think they do. And if you are crazy enough to tell people that in all truth and honesty, our planet sits on 7 pillars of an enormous size, and those pillars rest on nothing. They're just floating in the air, supporting our planet. Then you don't need those pillars. So, creation, as is written, is not what it seems. And those words don't mean what you think they do. Thank you for pointing out creation. It's like these people flipping heck. Need a formula, Forrest said. The recipe. Treasure con. It's like, fuck. Does anybody think when they open their mouth and say, secret plan? The opus. March. We're in March. We're in March. Shift, drift, and adjust. Oh, a craps game. Whose Odyssey? Something done. Something old. Something new. Something borrowed. Something blue. Complete success. Oh, look. Back to Montana with the word grind. Got craps, now we've got the roulette game. Oh, it's all good fun. Seeking. Hunt. That sounds like us. Once upon a hope. Once upon a while. The flip of a coin. Hooli and her shenanigans. Tenacity, not short of tenacity. The path, the avenues and alleyways, where the soul of... There's only one way in. If you do nothing else, read my hope for me, my war, my hope, my indulgence for me. The cabal, the cabal, Mo. Sorry, I did The Simpsons and I said Mo, when the red tape, when he invented that drink, Mo took it off him. Sounds familiar. Sounds familiar. It was taken off him. Feather in the cap. I don't think there's much more because the answers are already... I'll show you it anyway, but 36 inches long. You got to have faith to be faithful. Knock, knock, knock on wood. Baby, better knock, knock, knock on wood. I think, therefore, I hope. Divine. Hard magic you do. Hard magic you do. Divine doesn't mean God. Take it in the canyon down. Aha, yeah. Dun, 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 dun. So, it was at the end of the rainbow all along. Oh. Wait, stop it. You have to discern with your resolve. So we've had solution and we have solve. Hope is indulgence. Indulgence was at the end of the rainbow. That's where you had to find it. I'm not lying. That's 100% fact that nobody in the front of the chase or to the front of the chase can deny. You had to find a chest called indulgence at the end of the rainbow, and happiness is the pot. And that was the soul. And here it is. All of those words, all of them, all in the same place, telling you the solve. The only word that wasn't there is where it came out of. The depression. The depression. When you could pull it out of there. Might have been tied to some string, some rope, some something. And then you could pull it. Dun, 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 dun. Took on a purpose of its own. Why is it that I must go? Just seen it. And leave my trove for all to seek. Succeed in the endeavour and look quickly down if the try is sincere. Focus is a word that is key, but you need all of them. Why is it that I must go and leave my trove for all to seek? You need resolve. Always going forward because we got 5 reverse. Star Trekking. Remember, got Enterprise. Probably Trek was here, but I haven't said it. Project. Whee! Let's go to an auction. Have a bid for the olive jar. Craft. Draft. Taylor. Who would you rather have working on your car? Fashion. Turn to the left. Oh dear, these confirmations. No! Naughty, naughty, naughty. Please go back to it. Back. Darn it. Darn it, darn it, darn it. Wanted an engineer. Oh, I don't think I said that. Have I? Oh, yeah, we'll go past that. Let's go from the bottom, work our way out. That would make more sense. Oh, get a bit bigger, bit bigger. There ain't much in it anyway, so. Fish, so the fisherman, blah de blah. The cast, look, aim, bum bum bum, more look. There's a lot of look in this. Yep, so that's enough there. Lean, bank, bet, have faith in. Gotta have faith in. Gotta have faith in. Gotta have faith in. A maverick. Have faith in. Gotta have faith in. Hope. Gotta hope. A maverick. Put your faith in. You gotta be faithful. Gotta be faithful. Hang one's hat. Told you everything you needed to know. Long, pine, burn, hunger, itch. Be dying with his last gasping breath. Seek, aim. Do 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 do. There aren't many more. Like I say, the important bit we've done anyway. Miss Ford. Miss Ford. Love. Love. Don't hope where you're not supposed to hope. Don't dig. Will. Begging you for mercy. Why don't you release me? Oh, come on. Is it this one? Turn down. Propose. Seek. Endeavour. Look. Try. Focus. Go. Resolve. Think. Project. This. Draft. Craft. Fashion. Engineer. That's where I was going. The adapt and adjust. So shift, drift, adapt, and the one who's best able to adjust. And we've had those words shift, drift, adapt, and we have best able to adjust. So basically he says hope, hope, shift, drift, and hope, adjust, best able to hope. It's basically what he said. Hope, 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 hope. Which is why I did that video about you can make whole sentences out of one word or different words. It doesn't mean what you fucking wrote. Blueprint, choreograph, draft. Oh look, the Orient. Isn't that DB Cooper? Map out. Agree. Will. That's it. So, end of the rainbow. Found. Happiness is the pot. Found. Indulgence. Found. Spot. Found. Except place found. All found. The chest has been found. But now you have to take it out because all we have is hope, which is we found. Now, warm waters. Got to have faith. Your faithfulness. Be faithful. That's where you need to be. You need to be faithful because you need faith in a maverick. Have faith in. You just saw it for hope. Have faith. Rest my case. Thank you. Oh, they love me, they do. Rest my case. Again, and case was a word there. So, waters. Warm waters. Hope was indulgence. Hope was indulgence where you had to have faith. And we are at the waters. Remember, words don't mean what you think they do. So we have, don't forget, drain the pond. Begin it where warm creek halt. There'll be no paddle up your waters. Excuse me. Splish, splash, I was taking a bath on a bad Saturday night. 'Cause DuPont. Not DuPont. Not them. Not those people. River. Oh, it's already confirmed that they didn't get there. I haven't even got there yet. Of course, I went past it and it's already telling me. Ah, Giza. So, Old Faithful Giza is waters. But we don't want that. Profound. It's profound, Neptune. Out of the blue, my father said, a deep thinking searcher using logic. Look, will you stop messing about? David Jones Locker. Have I gone past it? 7 Seas. Sweven. Ah, no, it could be here. It could be here. The creek. Run, Forrest. Billabong. Gill. Bum, bum. Isn't it amazing, eh? Like these things that it means. Race course. Drain the pond. Just had pond. Now we've got drain. The chute. The chute. The chute. The dike. The moat. The pipe. Depression. I seem to be resting my case again. So the waters, the waters are the depression that you get indulgence out of. Because indulgence is hope. And the waters is the depression. So there is a chest named indulgence. In a geyser. In the waters. And Forrest told us he wanted to give indulgence out of a geyser. But in that indulgence, that hope, you had to have faith in. Just seen it. Have faith in a maverick. So I've told you the truth. For 6 years, I have told you the truth about how to solve this. And I told you at the beginning that I would not tell you the solve, but I would tell you how to. And I did again and again and again and again in lots of different ways. Excuse me. Now, you're never going to solve it. It wasn't meant to be solved. You were never meant to solve it. You were meant to fucking listen. And he would tell you. That's it. That is it. That's all you fucking had to do. You didn't have to think of a single thing. You didn't have to look up Google Earth. You didn't have to go through any books. You didn't have to go on the internet. You didn't have to do a fucking thing. He was going to tell you. If you listened, he would give you the answer. Which he says in his poem. just for the word effort. So hear me all and listen good. Your effort will be worth the cold. All you had to do is look up those words. And they told you everything you needed to know. Follow the 9 clues precisely. Look up those words. Hope out of depression. Look up those words. Your best revenge. Me wearing the bracelet. Look up those words. It's simple. Look up those words. It's in a safe place. Look up the word. Straightforward. Look up the word. Difficult, not impossible. Look up difficult, which is all faithful. I think, if memory serves me correct. And so simple. So you just have to look up the words that he told you, and it was the answer. And all you had to do after looking up the words that he told you, because he said he looked up all the words in the... All you had to do when you looked up the words and you got the answer, because he told you the answer, with the words that he gave you, safe, old faithful. Simple, old faithful. Straight, old faithful. Right, old faithful. Straightforward, old faithful. All you had to do when you had the answer, because you had to know the answer before you could know the answer. All you had to do when you had the answer is what? Have it nailed down. That's it. That's it. Listen to what he was saying. Act on that information. Confirm that, even confirm is all faithful. Confirm that information with what nailed down means. And nailed down means old faithful. So not everything. The majority of the things that Forrest Fenn said were about old faithful. And you confirm is old faithful. And you confirm old faithful with the words nailed down, which means old faithful. You confirm hope out of depression with being faithful and Giza. Which is hope being indulgence out of Giza. You know that it's the right place because it's the end of the fucking rainbow that you had to find. And you know it's the right end of the rainbow because happiness is the pot. And that's where the fucking rainbow ends. Where the pot of gold is. So, all the answers that Forrest Fenn already knew, he told us, and we already knew those answers. If we just listened. That's it. That's it. That's the solve. You just had to listen to what Forrest Fenn said. That's the solve. Well, no. Listen and then confirmation and then act on that information because that's what the wisdom is. Being wise and acting on it is the wisdom. Thank you for the confirmation. So everything that I've said is true and I keep getting confirmed from Spirit, from Father, from Universe, from Source, whatever it is that says everything that I've said is true. Always has been true, always will be true. Now I can keep doing these videos that confirm where a chest was. Based on the information that Forrest Fenn gave. Not my thoughts, not my ideas, not my research, nothing to do with me. Everything to do with Forrest. Everything to do with what he said. I confirm the answers to the thrill of the chase with what Forrest Fenn said. There is no solve. There is only listening. There isn't a solve. Not to that poem in the book, The Thrill of the Chase, because that poem is fake. It's not meant to be solved. It'll take you wherever you want to go, but it isn't meant to be solved. And no one, not one fucking person, can prove a solve to that poem. It's fake. And you are not meant to solve it. You are meant to listen. See, you're not meant to solve it because you can't think Forrest Fenn's thoughts. You can't think them. So it doesn't matter what you come up with, that came out of your head. That's your thought. You can't think what he thought. He has to tell you. The poem is useless unless you do what he says he did. The poem's useless. You can't solve it. You have to go back to the beginning. So everything that I have said confirms itself and confirms what Forrest Fenn said. Even that word confirm is Old Faithful. So, the solve to the Forrest Fenn Thrill of the Chase treasure hunt is to listen to what he said and act upon that information, which is, I looked up all the words in that poem. Nothing is as it seems. Words don't mean what you think they do. No one can think my thoughts. It's in a place people will not normally go. No one is going to stumble on that chest. Do you see how it all fits in to where it was? It's in a safe place, just in place. It's in a old faithful place. Your best revenge, your old faithful revenge. It's simple, it's old faithful. See how you see how he used the information to take you away from the answer while giving you the answer. Like he gave you the answer. It's simple, that's the answer. It's in a safe place, that's the answer. It's difficult, but not impossible, that's the answer. It's Old Faithful, but not impossible. What if land is not an issue? Solve the first two clues, walk right by the chest. If you know the home of Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? If you have the blaze, why are you worried about warm water's halt, or whatever those statements were? Because they're all the same thing. Now, I've proved that everything that Forrest said is true based on the lies that he told us, which was the truth. Hid it in summer. What does that mean? Made 2 trips. What does that mean? So, I have told you the truth, but it is the real truth. You have to tell the truth, but not all of the truth. What does all mean? In the book, The Thrill of the Chase, in big capital letters. So, can I make it happen the way that it's supposed to? To where even memory has not been. What do those words mean? So again, it came out of here, or should have come out of there, and it can be pulled out of there because that's where you're supposed to be. Indulgence out of a geezer. Hope out of a depression, which is at the end of the rainbow, where happiness is the pot. I tell you what Forrest Fenn said, and I explain what it means in English. In case you haven't noticed, I am English. I understand English. It's supposed to be for an English major. Forrest Fenn is a major. Who wrote it in English? I don't major in English, but he did. So, words don't mean what you think they do. Creation is not what you think it is, not what it's written in that Bible. It is, however, truthful. Like the thrill of the chase, you just have to look up all the words and understand that those pillars are the universal laws that this earth must stand on. And when I say this earth, I mean the people of earth. There are no 7 pillars holding this planet up. There is no need whatsoever for 7 pillars to be holding this planet up. Now, the only way is if they are anti, I don't know, gravity or whatever you want to say, machines that have a power source that never runs out, and the energy output of it between those 7 pillars are keeping us absolutely 100% in the same place all of the time with no vibration or nothing. Because I can assure you now, if you took 7 pillars anywhere, took 7 pillars and placed them on nothing in space, they would hold fuck all. They wouldn't hold squat. So when people come out with BS, I listen and then I think, what? No, no. Not based on what is the truth. No, that can't be correct. And that's what I did in the thrill of the chase. I based it on truth and said, hang on, here is truth. Here is what's being done. No, that can't be correct. And so I had hundreds of souls that were incorrect. But Forrest knows that I went through them all. Because I looked up every word in that poem. I listened to what he said. And he said, don't come up with a soul. I will tell you the answer. You cannot think what I thought. I have to tell you what I did. Based on that information, you have to work out where I say it is. So, indulgence, the name of the chest that Forrest Fenn hid, was in a depression. And you had to get it out of that depression that was at the end of the rainbow, where happiness is the part. And you had to have faith in. If you wanted that indulgence. So everything that I have said is 100% true. Based on black and white. Remember, my first videos were black and white. Based on black and white words. Because in the beginning was the word. It's the only way we could communicate. And if you wanted to know anything, you had to use words. Now, you could either explain to people exactly in truthful words, or you could lie to people. Words are spells. That's why they call it spelling. And you will reap what you sow. You put shit out there, you're going to get shit. If you put love out there, you're going to get love. If you're putting money out there to help people, you're going to get money. But if you're wishing that people don't have love, you're going to go without. If you're wishing that people don't have money, you're going to go without. Do you see how that works? So everyone, just get along, Forrest said. Now, if everyone can get along, then everyone's going to be fine. Life is up to you. You have free will to choose to do what you want. I don't care what you choose. I do not care if you try your best to stop me moving forward, because I know I will fucking take it. I will transmute it and alchemize it for my highest good. But before I do that, I will make sure that every intention that was sent my way goes back to you. So no, I am not, I am not working with the devil. He is working for me. Father is in charge of everything and everyone, and that includes the fucking devil. I do not need to do anything to anyone because they are slowly, not even slowly, quickly destroying themselves by putting shit out there. Stop trying to project your fucking way of life onto anyone else. Everything that's happening to you is because of you, not because of me or anybody like me. We just want to live in peace. We just want to live in love. We just want to be able to wake up every day and not worry about fucking idiots who can't see the wood for the trees. Things happen for me because I live in a way that Father, Source, the universe, Mum appreciate, love, respect, admire. So if good things happen to me, it's because I do good things. That doesn't mean I'm a wholly good person. That just means I do good things. And I do it truthfully. I do it with authenticity. I do it as me. I don't take people's ideas. I don't need to. I've given you the truth. Those involved in the fucking bullshit know what the truth is. Excuse me, confirmation. What they don't know I've started now. Shouldn't have done it. You shouldn't have done it. You were always going to do it, but you shouldn't have done it. And when you were told what would happen, you should have stopped, and you didn't, but you were supposed to do it. All of it was supposed to happen. In the further chase. The stuff, fucking evil stuff, that's been happening for thousands of years, so that's something else. But everything is known. The answers I already know. It says in the poem. Everything is known. All the efforts, all the moon magic, all the sex magic, travelling, or fucking bloke from Haiti, all of it. Everything is known. Being stitched up by the practitioner because they got scared, known. They have a right to be scared. Because of me. Because of them. The more powerful they are, the worse it comes back to you. That's like having Stan Laurel and Mike Tyson. You would rather Stan Laurel was throwing stuff out there, because the stuff that come back from him, probably not too bad. You don't want Mike Tyson throwing stuff out there, because if that comes back from him, you're going to know it. The stronger that stuff that you put out is, the worse for you. Now, should anyone have sent anything my way, it is obvious by now, in the last 6 years, that what has been sent towards me has not, will not work ever. I look better now than I did 6 years ago. Is it because of everything that I did? No. I had help from people who wanted to stop me. They gave me their time. They gave me their energy. They gave me their money. No one else is helping me. But the people who are trying to stop me. And when I say me, remember, 144,000 people who have been used, stolen from, ridiculed, all sorts of things. They've got a whole lot better. And it seems that those people that were doing the taking, they've got a whole lot worse. Now, I have told you the truth. I've explained how I get to the truth. I am not trying to be clever. I am not saying that I am better than anyone. I'm saying, here's the truth. It will help you if you listen. You will see how I get to the truth, and you will understand that I'm trying to help. Now, there's only so much that I can do to help people. And I have absolutely told the universe that I am in no way, shape, or form interested in any being that is evil to the point that it cannot love. I don't just mean it cannot love one thing that it chooses to love. I mean it cannot love everything. Not everyone, everything. The seen and the unseen. So I started these videos pretty much saying, please be good. Please be good, or else universe, father, mother is not going to be happy. And I started them saying, no more protection. Everything that you've done is seen. Everything is known. No more protection. No more love. If you're not prepared to accept it in the right way and give in the right way, there ain't no more. Remember, it's not just me. This is the world of people going through this. Not in the thrill of the chase. Just a world of people who know the truth about what's been done to this planet, to the people of this planet, to the animals of this planet, to the beings of this planet. Slowly but surely, they will be brought to justice one way or another. And they, and only they, are the doers of their own downfall. I'm not lying. They bring it upon themselves by doing what they do. Again, Stan Laurel or Mike Tyson. They shouldn't send nothing out there if it isn't good. But you're better off just doing small things than trying to do the big things that you've been doing. Word will get out how dangerous it is to put bad things out into the universe. It will not go to good people. It has to go somewhere. So it will go back to the sender. But it won't just go to the sender. It will go to these beings that run our planet. They're behind it all. It will go to them as well. In the past, they've been hiding in the shadows, separate from it. not anymore. And you cannot transfer those return to senders, cannot pass them on to someone else. They'll come right back to you. No one is trying to hurt you but you. Now you can think what you want about all those things that I'm saying. I have told you the truth. Evil words, to death, words start wars, words have triggers. He's allergic to Mario. Who is? Hey, Bill. I didn't know you were here. Street. Hello, Street. Forrest Fenn put my email in his poem according to you, sir. No, according to you. According to you, Street. Street. You don't listen. So excuse me if I don't interact with you, because you're not gaining energy from me, because you're just such an ignorant fucking person. I'm not wasting my time with you. I've told you what happened. Has nothing to do with you, Street. You're not supposed to help me. The only help you are giving me is that I learn my lessons that I need to learn from dealing with people like you. But you don't learn the lessons that you need to learn. I have learnt the lessons I need to learn from dealing with you, Street. And one of those lessons is don't waste your time on someone who doesn't want to listen. I do not need your help or anyone else's help. Now, just because you don't believe doesn't mean that I don't have all the help that I need. Now, listen. Please listen. It's debatable that Forrest Fenn wrote that poem in the way that Father intended. You see, it would take more than 15,000 years to write all that stuff in that poem. Not because there's 15,000 years worth of stuff, but in order to put that information in there, in the way that it is in there, you would have had to rewrite that poem so many times, it would be impossible. You see, confirmation to put your information in there is one thing. Writing a poem, I need to put this information in there. But there's information for everybody in there. There is information about history in there. There is information about the people in the chase in there. There is information about the souls in there. There are information about present, past, future events, depending on when you read it. There was information about the Artemis 1, 2, and 3 launches that were supposed to take place to look for water on the moon. There's a map in there of the planets. There's a map in there of Earth. There are all sorts of things in that poem. Now, it's possible that Forrest did whatever he did in order to create this narrative, but there is no way that Forrest Fenn wrote it in that way. Please listen, please. Unless you're a conniving, lying son of a bitch who knew Forrest Fenn before the thrill of the chase started. Do you see how that works, Street? Are you awake yet? Are you listening? In order for Forrest Fenn to put your email in that poem, he would have to know you and know your email. Are you awake yet? Now, either he doesn't know you, which means he couldn't have put it in there, or he does know you and you're a lying son of a bitch. Which one is it? Now, you try and put words into other people's mouth and you try and make out that you are the it, but you aren't. So, either Forrest Fenn knew you, knew your email, knew about your tattoo, knew about all of these things, or that poem is divinely guided. Something you don't want to admit, but it's one or the other, Street. Either there is a divine being that created everything and knows your fucking tattoo. I rest my case. I don't need to say anymore. I don't need to say anymore. Thank you. I don't need to say anymore. Just confirmed there's a divine being that controls everything we say, think, and do if we listen to it. Or we can go totally against it using our free will and be narcissistic, arrogant little fucking twats who don't listen. But it's one or the other, Street. If Forrest Fenn knew you, he knew your email, he knew about your tattoo, you're all part of this conspiracy or whatever it is, or you're not, then how did Forrest know all that information? How did he know? Listen, how did he know about me? He may have known you, but how did he know about me? How did he know that I would get in touch with you? See how it works? Either Forrest Fenn is spiritual, speaking to a divine being, and getting all of that information from that divine being and putting it in a poem from that divine being, or this is all bullshit. See how it works. Hey, Earth Angel, how you doing? Failed attorney? Hello, I didn't know. Street is a self-admitted. Well, I don't know about that. Confirmation about that. Yes, unfortunately. So divine being put my email in Forrest Fenn's poem. Yes. No, Street, you are still retarded. Okay. Our reality is a great day. Smaller than we once believed. I love you, girl. Doing good. Glad I found you. I'm glad I found me live. I'd be horrible if I wasn't alive. It's crazy what some people do. I was just saying earlier about the pillars. You know, people talk about flat Earth and the pillars holding it up and stuff like that. And I'm thinking, if you If you just thought about the things that you say, you'd know they can't be true. And some people just love the sound of their voice and just want to say stuff, even though it's crazy. The poem in The Thrill of the Chase is not meant to find a treasure chest. It's meant for a whole lot more. And if the chest was just a lure, in other words, there is something else. Now, I've explained 100% without doubt, and I have taken on the journey, and I've got it to the point where indulgence is at a pot, is the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, out of the depression that Forrest talked about. No one can deny it. I've showed you the words. That information didn't come from me. I didn't have to do anything. I was guided to it, and I told you about it. And it confirms the words from Forrest Fenn. Now, you might not like it, and you might want to do your narcissistic bullshit flipping stuff, but it is the truth. Happiness is the pot, Forrest said. That pot is at the end of the rainbow, where, Forrest told us, if we follow the 9 clues precisely, those 2 words, follow and precisely, if we follow precisely the 9 clues, it will lead to his treasure and the end of his rainbow, which is where it leads, because he gave us hope out of depression, which is indulgence. The name of the chest that you were looking for, don't say you weren't, you were looking for that chest. The name of the chest in a depression, you were getting hope out of it, which is indulgence, out of the geyser, which is Old Faithful, based on the fact that it says you have to have faith in a maverick. You have to be faithful. The creator is the original Old Faithful. We are the original faithful, or, for the poem's sake, meek, which is a synonym of faithful. So, Old Faithful gave us a poem about Old Faithful and asked for the faithful to listen good. And if the faithful listened good, he would tell them the answers to where indulgence lay, where the treasure lies, was the original name for the poem. Now, you don't have to believe it, but get rid of your arrogance, get rid of your narcissistic tendencies, listen to everything that I have said and the words that I have given you, and you will see that they are the truth. Not because I'm an egotist and I want to be correct and I am claiming to be the solver and any of the other bullshit that you've been accused me of. Just that it's the truth, based on the words that we were given by Major Forrest Burke Fenn. Now, in solving The Thrill of the Chase, I managed to find out that I could solve the Bible as well. And I found out just, remember that word, just, Old Faithful, just how easy it is to be misled by those words. There is no rib, there's DNA. There is no rod and staff, there is justice and judgment. Oh, yea, though I walk through the valley, there is Yah, his name, though I walk through the valley. In other words, the person walking through is saying to the Creator, Yah, though I walk through the valley, shadow of death, I shall fear no evil. For thy justice and thy judgment comfort me. That's so much different than, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, thy rod and thy staff. What the fuck does that mean? And so, Forrest explained to everybody in the whole world that there is a way of telling people something which is incorrect. But it being incorrect makes it correct. If you correct it, you need a correct soul, Forrest said. A soul that has been corrected from being incorrect. You needed to be aware of the substitutes, Forrest said. Substituting one word for another, because precisely means word for word. So I used the words that Forrest Fenn gave us, and he told us words don't mean what you think they do. So I found out what they did mean. I didn't allow my bias, my ego, to get in the way of what I was hearing. I chose to listen. I do not claim everyone must believe my answer to Forrest Fenn's poem, but you, I do claim everyone must accept. Not my answer. Not my answer. I am not claiming you must believe the answer to the poem. I'm saying you must believe the information in front of you. What's that word there, Street? Is it waters? Of course it is. Is that word waters in the poem? Of course it is. Does it mean depression? Of course it does. There it is, right in front of you. You must believe that, Street. You don't have to believe anything that I say, but you must believe that because there it is, right in front of you. Remember, I always tell you, you don't have to believe anything that I say. But this you have to believe because it is what, Street? The truth. Now, again, I'll tell you, you have taken my energy long enough. I've learnt my lesson in my meeting with you in that you're a person who doesn't want to listen to the truth. You're a person who just likes to argue and fall out with people in the hope that you will be the best bully there is. Nah, you ain't the best bully, mate. Now, in my younger self, in the other version of me, I would have argued with you all day and proved how wrong you are. But I don't need to, because at some point, divine timing will find you. You don't have to believe a single word that I'm saying, Street, but you have to believe the words in front of you. You have to believe the words that Forrest Fenn told you. Otherwise, why are you here? Why are you bothered about the thrill of the chase if you don't want to believe the words that Forrest Fenn gave you? So I've given you the words in the poem. I've given you the words that Forrest Fenn told you. I have explained them in English, because Forrest Fenn said, no, who said it's for an English major? Jack? So you don't understand Fenn speak, you only understand street speak. And that street is always right and everybody else is beneath him. Which is why you fall out with everybody street. No, can't say everybody, the majority of people. Which is why you're the sort of person who invites people on your show and then hangs up on them. Because you're a baby. You're a little kid. If you don't get your own way, you throw a tantrum and you run away crying. Now I will tell you the truth, because that's all I have done. And I don't care if you like it or not. And I don't care if you believe it or not. I know it's the truth. Now, you can deny as much as you want the information right in front of you. As much as you want. But it's the truth. To the point, I have explained pretty much every word that Forrest Fenn gave us, and they all say the same thing. Now, only a narcissistic, arrogant, shameless person would argue that all the information that I have given you in black and white is not to be believed. Now, listen, because you are so fucking terrible at listening. I never claimed, unlike you, that I was the solver. Listen, I claim there is a solve to the Forrest Fenn Thrill of the Chase treasure hunt. I have claimed this is how it was done. I did say I was the solver once, just to please you people. Just to please you people. If that's what you wanted to hear, then I'll tell you I am the solver. But I don't care. This is waters. That word, depression, from waters, is a geyser. That's fact. I'm not lying. I'm not making it up. I am not saying that you have to believe the solve to the poem. I'm saying you have to believe a depression is waters. Confirmation. Geyser is waters. Am I lying? No. So you have to believe it, don't you? Yeah? Like, I'm not lying. Here it is. It's the truth. So you have to believe it. You're saying that you don't have to believe it. But it's the truth, Street. There it is in front of you. That word, waters, comes after the word warm, which is Old Faithful. So, Old Faithful geezer. You don't have to believe it. You don't have to believe that it's the solve to the poem, but you have to believe that those words mean what I have shown you they mean. Yeah? You have to believe those words mean what I have shown you they mean. Now, Street, even a 5-year-old understands the difference between what I am saying and what you are saying. And possibly, maybe not, but possibly understands why. You are not listening to what I am saying. Here is the truth. You have to believe the truth. Not me. You don't have to believe me. If somebody else was telling you this truth, you would have to believe it, especially when they're showing you it. Here is a geyser, which is waters. Here is a depression, which is waters. What do they have in common? They are words from Forrest, Fenn. The word waters is in the poem, where you are trying to find a chest called indulgence. The word hope means indulgence. You are getting indulgence out of a depression. Hope out of a depression. You are getting indulgence out of waters or a geyser. These are the words that Forrest used. I am telling you what they mean in English because it's the truth. And each of those words back up all the other words, like happiness, like solve, like end of the rainbow. Not my words, not my thoughts, just the truth. What Forrest Fenn said, which you know is the truth for both of us, not that we know it's the truth, but we know that Forrest Fenn said it. That's the truth. And those words that were said mean the words that I tell you they mean. That's the truth. You don't want to believe it's the solve. Fine. But it's what was done. I looked up all the words in that poem Forrest Fenn said. Why? Beware the substitutes, Forrest Fenn said. Why? Decipher the clues in my poem, Forrest said. Why? I looked up those words. I explained them to you, and that explains why I did what I did. Because Forrest Fenn said, do it. You don't have to believe that, but you have to believe that what I am telling you is the truth, because here is the word. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. I'm not making it up. I'm not making anything fit. I'm telling you. Forrest Fenn said he looked up all the words in the poem. Did he not? Did you? No. I looked up all the words in the poem. Here is one of those words. And this is what it means. Which is another word that Forrest Fenn used. See how that works? Any idea yet, Street, how it works? But I'm talking to you using words. I'm using words in a way that you understand words are used. But Forrest Fenn didn't. He told us that because words don't mean what you think they do. You read that poem and you were looking for waters. But if waters doesn't mean what you think it does, how are you going to solve the poem? Seriously, if it doesn't mean what you think it does, how are you going to solve the poem? If warm doesn't mean what you think it does, how are you going to solve the poem? See, you weren't meant to solve the poem with those words, because those words don't mean what you think they do. Along with the hundreds of thousands of others. Nothing is as it seems, Forrest said. So if you believe that all the words that you read and hear and everything that you see is what it is, again, you're not listening. No one can think my thoughts. What am I thinking, Street? What am I thinking? Apparently, you know what Forrest Fenn is thinking. You know what he thought, so you could solve the poem. What am I thinking? No one can think my thoughts. See how difficult it is? Now, if you come up with a solve, any solve, even a word, if you came up with the word dog, that's wrong. It's not a case of you can't think what Forrest Fenn thought. It's a case of nothing that you think is correct. He's telling you, with your sole bias, with hope, he is telling you anything that you think is not what he thought. None of it. Nothing. The first thought that comes to your head is wrong. The second thought that comes to your head is wrong. The third thought that comes to your head is wrong. Because you can't think what he thought. Now, I know you're going to try and argue it, but simple truth is you can't think what he thought. It wasn't found in thought because you can't think what he thought. His words, not mine. So he had to tell you. He told you, but you didn't listen. He said words don't mean what you think they do. So waters, listen, Street, waters doesn't mean waters. Warm doesn't mean warm. As doesn't mean as. See how that works? Like you were supposed to substitute if you listen. You were supposed to follow if you listened. You were supposed to do it precisely if you listened. But if you listened, follow doesn't mean follow, and precisely doesn't mean precisely. Not in the way that you think it does, because words don't mean what you think they do. This is all truth, Street. This is all truth. You don't have to believe it. As I say every time, you don't have to believe it, but it's true. It's true. And I love it that you don't listen, because it just proves what sort of person you are. And when the banquet table is set and you're outside looking in, like the 5 of coins, whatever it is, because you're not welcome, I won't be happy. But I will understand why you're outside looking in. Now, a while ago I said, along with Troy and everyone else, it would be nice if we could all share. Didn't I? I absolutely did. But some people are just too greedy. They want it all. This is the truth. Out of the blue, my father said, a deep thinking searcher using logic will solve my poem, said Forrest. A deep thinking searcher. A deep thinking searcher. Were you a deep thinking searcher? No. No. No, you just said, it's a thought, it's a thought, it's a thought. How did it get a chest in thought? Like a chest that's supposed to be 8.25 miles north of Santa Fe. That, the place is in the sun for most of the day, but the chest isn't. Have you got a sunroof on your head? Like just open it up and let the sun come in, just to shine down on that thought, which is supposed to be a chest in the Rocky Mountains, more than 8.25 miles north of Santa Fe. Otherwise, Forrest Fenn is a liar. Could you meet him at Warm Waters Halt? Of course not. Because what you're thinking of Warm Waters Halt is not his Warm Waters Halt. In fact, there isn't even a halt. The halt is a comma, which is why I had to use the word halt and not the word balk to rhyme with walk. But you wouldn't know that because you don't listen. You just want to argue with people and fall out with people. Well, I don't know if you want to fall out with people, you just want to argue with people. But I'm not arguing with you, Street. I'm telling you the truth. While fending off your BS. Oh, you just can't stop, eh? It's hard to listen and learn anything when ego is constantly arguing to the point. Yeah, just don't give him your energy as well, Angel. Listening does not require reading. What? Are you serious? I spent 5 years explaining, and I've just spent minutes explaining now that words don't mean what you think they do. Yes, you can listen and read. It's called paying attention. The listening with the ears doesn't. But words are words. If you read them and take notice, you hear them and you understand them. Because when you read them, are you hearing them? Really? Are you? Like when I read, stop distracting yourself by reading what I write. Some listening going on there. 100%. Hell, I sat across from Forrest at the banquet table. He passed me his plate. There was a lot on it. Not when you finished, it probably wasn't. A poem is a thought. Forrest Fenn hid his treasure in a thought. How else could he hide it in a poem? I'll give up with you, Street. I'll give up with you. You're just a sad person. Yes, everyone stop reading what he writes so he could talk to me. And oh, who's this? Wait, anyone need me routing? Routing? Anyone need me routing? Anyone need rerouting? Rerouting? Let me just make you blue without hitting the wrong one. Hello, thank you for coming. And it's a new name because it's white. Is that way or why? Way too low. Down low. That sounds like Elvis. Way down where the music plays. Way down. Well, rerouting from where to where? To what? To what? To. I'm actually a very happy person. Well, Street, you make me laugh so many times. Do you think Hitler was sad when everything that was going on was going on? Like if people saw him when he was winning and he was laughing, joking and smiling and happy, does that make him a good person? Because he's happy. I'm happy. Yeah, we can all be happy, but you have to be happy because you're doing what's good for your highest good, but you're not doing it at the expense of someone else. If anything, you're helping to lift them and not Well, just not. Thanks, Earth Angel. Probably not as awesome as you are, but I'll take that. I'll take that. I don't, I do understand. I understand. But it's like, just think before you say things. Yes, you may be a happy person, but if you're happy because you are destroying people, something wrong with that street. Now, I will admit when I'm wrong, and I have no, I've been wrong lots of times. I have no qualms in it. When I tell you I am telling you the truth, that is not a case of being wrong or right. That is just a case of me telling you the truth based on the truth. You don't have to believe the truth. You don't have to. It is still the truth. It doesn't need you to believe it. It doesn't care whether you believe it. It is the truth. Now, in the 6 years that I've done this, I have given you all of the words, I mean, all of them, every single, including the word all, which is in the book, The Thrill of the Chase, which is capitalized for a reason. I explain that reason to you. It came with, you have to tell the truth, not all of the truth. Forrest told us all the truth, but he didn't tell us all of the truth. Now, if you look up the word all, you'll know why that was important. Now, please listen. The thrill of the chase. The story is real, the treasure is real. The story is the same, only the names and places have changed. Which means Ian, I always forget his name, sorry Ian, but the one with the Breckenridge book. Same story, different names, different places. And his book will have a book before that. Same story, different names, different places. Forrest Fenn, knowingly or unknowingly, explained that the creator and the information given is not as it seems. And words don't mean what you think they do. And all of those other things that he said, which points to the fact that he is spiritual and not religious, because being religious is very foolish. Now, I know you don't like religion, and I know you claim to be spiritual, but you are so far from being spiritual, my friend. Way, way, way away from being spiritual. In fact, I go so far as to say you are very religious. You just don't believe in God. You'd rather believe in aliens. You'd rather believe that those aliens that were concerned about gold exist more than the creator who has streets of gold existing. In no way, shape, or form can our existence be possible without energy being what we call matter. Listen, Street. There is no matter. It doesn't exist. We have been programmed to believe that because we see it, touch it, feel it, it's matter. But in the beginning, I think, therefore I am. Energy creates energy, creates form. Now, if you went to the holodeck, I don't know if you follow Star Trek, but if you went to the holodeck or a hologram, which is light, and you get to the point that it's hard light, and you can touch it, is it matter or is it still just energy? So the energy creates matter, form, shape. Please touch. Everything is energy. If money is energy, it's not matter. If this laptop is energy, it's not matter. Can't be. Can't be both. It can't be energy and matter. Energy in the form of matter, which is why we call it the 3D, as opposed to the 5D. Energy may be from the 5D creating form. If everything is energy, the trees, the grass, everything, is it matter? Now, it sits easier in our mind that we can believe that it's matter because it's what we consider to be real. But energy is real, we just can't see it. Electricity is real, we can't see it. So I'm the sort of person that believes it without seeing it because I'm breathing in air. It has oxygen, hydrogen, and probably a few more gens. And yet I can't see it. But it has to be there. Has to be. Like there's no denying it. It has to be there. Now you'll agree because you know that you're still alive because of it. It's been explained to you. But you refuse to believe. Not just Father, Mother, archangels, spirit, ancestors, dragons, fae. I know you believe in aliens. They all exist. But they are not matter. They are not form that you can see. You believe the air that you breathe exists, even though you can't see it. And you believe everything else exists because you can see it, except for aliens. The creator must be an alien. The angels must be aliens. Must be. Because as far as we know, they don't exist on this planet. I can't say the same for the Fae and the dragons and everything else, because they at some time may have. Although I don't know if anybody's found any remains. So if a divine being says you found Forrest Fenn's very special spot, that divine being tell the world pretty soon, whatever we put our attention on becomes our reality. 100%. Absolutely. I am quantum energy. Woo! Well done. Pretty good, that is. Not easy being on the front lines, eh? No. No. Well, I think they're suffering a bit now. Like some of the stuff that I've asked for, they're getting. I'm giving as good as I get, put it that way. But thanks for that. We are umbilically connected to the universe. Oh, that might be his umbilical attachment then. Jesus came back as my puppy. Like I say, even that, the fact that there was no J, it's like, why do people believe all of this? Why do people believe Jesus? Why do people believe about Jews and Jerusalem and John the Baptist and the River Jordan and the Lion of Judah and everything else? It's like, there's no Jews. It didn't exist. That's just made up. I think you'll find that the letter J has been given to us to prove that Yah, not Jehovah, not Jesus, not anything else, which is why Y had to go. It wasn't about Jesus, it was about the Creator. But if J wasn't around till 1524, why is the Bible full of J names? That makes absolutely no sense. And people only focused on Jesus, but John, Joseph, Jacob, Job, like, didn't exist. Like, the person himself might have existed, but why have they lied that these are the names that they had? And it's all to do with just hiding the Creator, the true Creator, who has one name for eternity, which is purposely given so someone could find the lies. Or find the truth amongst the lies, the reason for the lies. And the reason for the lies is to say that this person named Jesus, who is on the evil side, not the good side, is going to come back and save us. Well, if he comes back, he's a fucking liar, because there was no J. So if somebody comes back and says, I'm Jesus and I've returned, it's like, no, you couldn't have done, mate, because your name wasn't Jesus. The J wasn't around till 1524. So your name was anything but Jesus. So if you come back and say your name's Jesus, you're a liar. But we know he won't, because the real Messiah says, I do not know you. If he comes in his own name, you will follow him. So they want to put a demon in charge, and people will follow him through faith or fear. Faith because they believe this bloke Jesus existed, or fear because even if they didn't believe in Jesus, this bloke's turned up and he's doing weird stuff. And that's the plan. That's the biggest deceit that the devil tried. But he ain't going to do it. There was no J, there was no Jesus, end of. There was no J, there was no Jews, end of. There was no J, there was no Jerusalem, end of. There was no J, there was no Judas, no Jesus, no Jordan, no John the Baptist, none of it. So you have to ask yourself, why the lie? Why change all those names? The line of Judah, all the way back. Why change all those names? Now, they try to make excuses for why they changed Jesus by saying the IE, the Greeks. And it's like, well, that's yeah. So it should be Jesus if it was anything, not Jesus. Then they tried to change it because of the masculine sound of the S or whatever. And it's like, no. Because what about all the other names? There's no S in Jordan. There's no S in Judah. There's no S in Jacob. There's no S in Job. I am the truth seeker and the truth speaker, and I will speak the truth. And I will see the BS, and I will call it out. How and where will this divine being tell the world you saw Forrest Fenn's poem? Again, your failure to listen is incredible. I am not explaining that this is about the thrill of the chase. I am explaining that this is about those fucking Anunnaki that you're so happy about are our oppressors. I don't mean dragons, I mean lizard people. And they've been doing it for thousands of years, and they've been feeding off us. And they've been taking the children and the women and doing really bad things. And they are stealing our money every fucking minute of every day. And they are stealing our happiness every minute of every day. So get your fucking head out of your ass and listen. This is not about the thrill of the chase. This is about exposing these fuckers that run our planet. That's what this is about. That's the divine timing you should be worried about. Don't worry about chest. Worry about your spiritual inheritance. Worry about the meek inheriting the earth, a promise being fulfilled. That's what you should be asking about, Street. And if you listened just a little, if your fucking head wasn't so far up your ass that your ears were covered and blocked, you would have heard me say it over and over again. Please listen. I've already said it in this video. Forrest Fenn, Thrill of the Chase, him, the creator, telling us nothing is as it seems. Words don't mean what you think they do, which helps you understand the bullshit in the Bible, which helps you understand creation, which I've talked about earlier. I'm explaining the thrill of the chase so as I can explain creation. So I can explain why there are lies in the Bible that are true, just not how you read it. So, because you weren't listening, thy rod and thy staff, thy justice and thy judgment, they comfort me. The words have been changed. The story is the same, only the names and places have changed. Now, excuse me, confirmation. Before Yahusha, not Jesus, there was Osiris, Isis, and Horus. Horus had a very similar life to the person you call Jesus. Same story, names and places have changed. Now, Forrest said, if you get lost, go back to the beginning. So there is so much information that is not true. So if you go back to the beginning, the Egyptians were around before the Jews. They had to be, because the Jews didn't exist. There is no J. Now, Isis, the goddess with 1,000 names. Osiris, betrayed by his brother. Immaculate Conception brought about Horus. Now, I do not believe the Bible is fake. I do believe it is corrupted. I do believe the Vatican and the Masons, the Greeks and the fucking Romans set up a bullshit lie and gave us a religion that is fake. But in trying to hide the truth, they left the truth for someone to find unknowingly. And it starts with the word hallelujah. If, please listen, Street, I've said it hundreds of times. If there is no J till 1524, how are these people praising Yah with a J and not a Y? How's that possible? Like hallelujah, rejoice, praise, Yah. That divine being must have existed for them to be praising. That divine being, Yah, aha, Yah, was hidden, and we were given Jesus Christ. Zeus, Krishna, taking the Eastern divine being, giving us a Zeus, putting them together, and giving us a religion that we were supposed to follow, and making Christians exist from the Catholics that were around first. They tried to destroy all the information that was around before then. They got rid of all those people that could understand the hieroglyphs, or so they thought, so nobody could read it. But what they don't fucking realise is there is hidden information in those hieroglyphs if you look at it differently, with different lights, etc. So there will be stuff on the Sphinx, and there will be stuff in the pyramids, and there will be stuff on those tablets, especially the emerald tablets. Like I said, the truth will come out. All these people will be exposed. Those people selling their souls will be exposed, along with those who bought them. They have no creativity. They use us for their creativity. They will be ugly, poor, busted and broke beings without us. That's the truth. What's he saying now? The adventure begins when life ends. Read the Ethiopian Bible, has all the books. Yeah, that's another lie. It's true, but it's a lie. So it has the books, but it also has Jesus. So you're not gaining anything. It's still been manipulated by these beings. So while it has more truth, it still has the biggest lie, which is Jesus did not exist. So you're still going to wait for him to come back. How can he come back if he didn't exist? So it's like that Jim Carrey business we had. Some bloke pretending to be, someone else. And we're going to, or supposed to accept this person as being a person that lived thousands of years ago. May have done, but not as our saviour. Do you cast a shadow when no light is present? No, Street. You remain in the darkness. Mario is the light, illuminates the shadow. Cheers. Thank you, Angel. We all have shadow. All of us have shadow, and we need to accept that, because if you want to be in the light, you have to be aware of your shadow. And once you accept that, in whatever way that is, for however bad or good that is, you're halfway to being ascended. If you live in the dark, you are all shadow. You exist in the shadow. There is no shadow created. You exist in it. It's only when you're in the light that you see the difference between the light and the darkness. Now, if you want to remain in the light, you have to accept your darkness, because it goes with you everywhere. The only way to get rid of your shadow is to exist in darkness. Then you are the shadow. You are totally shadow. So stay in the light. See your shadow for what it is. Accept it, love it, integrate it, be one with, your soul, it, you. So it's the me, myself, I scenario. The I is the subconscious. Myself is the conscious. Like, I know me, but I don't know my soul. And then me is everything. It's all of me. Everything. I accept everything that is me, which is why I call myself me in the middle. The light and dark leaves me grey in the middle. I walk the fine line between the darkness and the light, choosing to remain balanced, but choosing to be able to dip my toe in either way, whichever the occasion calls for, because there is no sin. I'm not an evil person. I'm not going to do anything evil, but I may do bad things. I need to accept what's good and what's bad, but I have free will, so I can choose. Now, I can try to be, no, can't try to be all light. It's impossible to be all light. There has to be balance. There has to be lightness and darkness. There has to be male and female. Like, these things, they have to be in place. So you're never going to be wholly shadow, and you're never going to be wholly light. And if anybody believes that Yahusha, Jesus, whatever, was, then they're sadly mistaken, because the brighter the light, the darker the shadow. Just how it is. That's what gives you the balance. You couldn't exist without that balance. Everything is light and dark. Sun, moon, night and day, I mean. We're all light and dark. That's just the way that it is. We're all male and female. We are masculine and feminine inside every one of us. Now, when people say there's no gender, there is gender, but not in every being. You're just a being, and you can have the ability to be a nurturing, caring, feminine, or, dominant, intellectual, bloody, whatever it is, masculine. And if you end up being, too much of a masculine, it's no good. If you end up being too much of a feminine, it's no good. So you have to balance it out. Flame don't cast shadows. Exactly. Embrace shadow and find balance like shadow. Oh, yeah. Can't run from our shadow. May as well dance. Woohoo, yeah. I like to dance. 1 gram, 81% THC, vape oil cartridge. What? That was totally random. The hole is a .22 caliber barrel, too small to dip your toe in it. Well, dip. Oh, dip is not geezer. Waters. Did you dip your toe in it? Waters. I looked up shadow as synonym. Yeah, interesting, aren't they? Oh, you wrote interesting. That's weird. So I said interesting, and I read you wrote interesting. Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. Like when you look up words, any word, first you'll notice the contradictions. Like that's weird. Like up is down and north is south and summer is winter and all them things. Black is blue, red, all sorts of colours. And it's like, what? So when you look up, which is what this is all about, this is what I'm doing, this is how you find out that the Bible does have the truth in it, even though it all seems like a whole load of lies. Excuse me. It's because the word's been changed, the names have been changed, the places have been changed, and so you don't get the true creation story. It's not the true creation story, even though behind it all there is the true creation story. With the true creator and everything. But it's not God and it's not Jesus. And that may upset a lot of people, but it's just based on the fact. It's just not them. It's impossible for it to be them. God is Gad, which is the demon of fortune, which is what America um, worships. They worship the demon of fortune, knowingly or unknowingly. The people in high places do it knowingly. They worship the demon of fortune. His name's Gad, Gaad. And Lord is Baal. And Jezebel is the where is Baal. That's who she is. She's for the darkness. She's for Baal. And that's what the Pentagon is in New York, is it? Washington, whatever it is. You can see the shape, not the Pentagon, the place, the Pentagon shape that's in the city. And it's like your country worships evil. It's set up to worship evil. And when they say it's God's country, it's not the divine, not him. It's Gad. It's the lie about Jesus and everything else. And that's the truth. And you can read it in the Bible if you read the Bible properly. And you can understand why they put the word Lord in instead of the real name. And you can understand why they put Jesus in instead of Yahusha. And you can see the similarity between the Egyptian story and the Hebrew story and the story before that. And you can see that rib is DNA. Like there was no rib. Eve was made from DNA from Adam. That's what rib stands for DNA. DNA stands for rib. And 24 is the chromosome. The X chromosome. It's like the truth is there, it's just hidden because they've changed all the words and made it something that it isn't. Him saying that the poor will be here forever. Like that's not come from a divine person, because I guarantee you the poor are not going to be here forever. within years, well, overnight, but 15 years probably, there'll be no poor. That's the whole point of the meek inheritance. There'll be no poor. There'll be no missing children. There'll be no battered women. There'll be no crazy medicine, crazy doctors, pharmaceuticals. None of that. Everything that we need, the earth has. And the herbs, all as it was, so shall it be. It'll all come back the way that it was. The truth of everything, the education will go back to the way that it was. We will be taught spiritually, not materially. The whole idea is to get back up there, to bridge. That's what Forrest talked about. The bridge is to bridge between the, I'm going to say material, but the matter and the energy. It's to make it energy, but still exist in the 3D, which is Sophia and Christ, the real Christ, the Christ that Yahusha, Jesus, was talking about. The monad, the pleroma, like the real truth before all the bullshit. And this new earth is going to go back to that. If I have anything to do with it, it is anyway. Because what's happening now is not, it can't be tolerated. And I think I've been patient. I really have been patient. And I accept divine timing. But at some point, they've got to go. They've got to go. They've got to stop. It's got to stop. They know it. They know it. It's not just elites. It's, the 26 families, 13 European families and the 13 American families and everyone in between. They run the world. I won't get into too much detail, but they know. So many people don't realise they are giving their life force energy to false gods that halves it. No, they don't. And that's part of the take the Lord's name in vain, this, that, and the other. It's like, and him saying, I do not know you, because no one is actually, not no one. There are many people who are praying to the false god, false Messiah, and giving the energy there and not directing it to Father, the true creator, the I am, the I think, therefore I am, because that's how it works. I am rich. Excuse me, confirmation. If you think I am rich, then you are. If you think I am poor, I'm not saying I am. If you think you're poor, then you are. If you think you're lazy, then you'll be lazy. If you think you're whatever. If you keep thinking it, the universe will make it happen. And that's what it will be. And that's how it started. The energy became conscious and said, I am this, and became this. Sophia tried something and she ended up coming down, couldn't get back. So Christ came down to help. Words are now codes to be uncovered. 100%. That's what the emerald tablets are. Like, they have to be read and understood. And when they're read and understood, then things will change. And Eric Sloan was searching for memories of my Model T days in Return to Taos. Made the second trip in a Model A. He's a model and he's looking good. He made 2 trips, 7-mile walk home cold. Yeah, but he said if you're walking more than a mile, you're walking too far. That's 7 miles too far. Or at least 6 miles too far. That's too far to walk. But was fun and worth the cold. It was an old car with no body. FF. Our government is a car park. J Street. Dark. It had no body. What part do you want? I just want everyone to get on. I really do. Even these fuckers, excuse my French, but I just want everyone to realise that, and they already know. They already know there's a higher being. They had their own prophecy. They wanted that to work, and it's not. It's not working. Hasn't worked, and they know that now. They know that, but they still want to take the power from the chosen, and that ain't gonna happen either. And the more they try, the quicker their downfall will be. And I make no bones about it. I want it all. What? Not I want it all. I want it taken from them, all of it. If they're not prepared to hand it over because it's not theirs, I don't care if they only stole $10 and they made the rest from them $10. They wouldn't have had the rest of it if they didn't steal the 10. They've used the energy off those people for thousands of years. They've done horrendous things. They don't deserve it. So the wealth transfer, if it all comes from them, it all comes from them. If they give some of it, then, maybe. But there's enough money in this world to create heaven on earth. And they have that money. And if they're not prepared to give it back because it doesn't belong to them, or at least, like, if you've got $1 trillion, if you're not prepared to give 750 billion back, it's not your money anyway, you can still live a decent life. But 750 billion will go a long way to sorting this planet out. And that's just one person. And I know, like, the governments have to change. People in charge have to change. I'm not saying everyone, but I'm saying if you're in a government position and your sole aim is not to make life easier for everyone, then you are not going to be in that job much longer. And you can get worried and you can get angry, you can do all those things, or you can understand it's for the best for everyone, for you as well. There are going to be nobody on the streets. There are going to be no missing children. There are going to be no beaten women, sex trafficked women, none of this bullshit. If they want to keep the churches, if they want to keep the mosques and the synagogues and all those things, I don't care. But the bells will be back. The healing centers will be back. Everyone will understand the truth of those places. This world will be the way that it was. And it comes about because of the thrill of the chase. Not because of a chest in the Rocky Mountains. Because words don't mean what you think they do. When you consider the wealth of the world, and it's not just about this world, it's about every world, every realm. I feel like one of those things. Anywhere that injustice is blah, blah, blah. But it's everywhere. It's all creation. Whatever they've infected, these parasites, The money will be used to redress the balance, to heal the planet. Like there are ley lines, the light is given back to the planet, which might mean travelling, but has to go back. Whether you call Isis, Inanna, Gaia, or all the other names that Mother Nature has, doesn't matter. The earth is going to be healed. The people are going to be healed. Not just this planet, everything. And an understanding of everything will be taught. Big changes in healing, yes. Agreed. Woohoo! Ah, yes. The bells. The bells! Quasimodo! The bells! The bells! Yes, the bells. Exactly. Firing. Firing. The hidden treasure within. There we go. The treasure is found. And that's the rainbow too. The rainbow of chakra is the same as the rainbow outside. And the whole point of like the firmament and the heavens is each chakra that you ascend from to whatever takes you to the highest heaven, which is the ascension. This is the connection between you and source, creator. Once you align the seven firmaments, the seven chakras, whatever, you end up connecting to what we're all trying to do, or should be trying to do when we come here, trying to get back. So you learn, and then you try and get back to where you came from. Ah, it was spelt wrong. There we go. Now I know. Well, I knew, but all good. So I don't see it as a bad thing. I think I understand. Listen, I'm not stupid. I understand. I've been to the darkest dark, and some of it is enjoyable, I have to admit, but it's not evil. You don't have to be evil. There's the difference between darkness and evil. Now, if Earth is a school, then darkness and light should be able to exist. You're just here to learn, and there should be no judgment. No stone throwing. He has not sinned, cast the first stone, etc. No judgment. So everybody should be allowed to do the free will that they have, as long as the intention is correct. I said the other day, if you see someone smacking someone, okay, it doesn't mean that they're an evil person. If that person wants them to smack them. You know where I'm going with this. If that's the way they want to live, then that's it. There's no judgment. That's how they want to be. Fine. If that's the sort of lifestyle they want. Fine. It doesn't matter. You worry about you. Let them worry about them. Let the universe worry about them. You don't need to have an opinion on how they live their life. Unless it's because someone of the dark is attacking someone of the light. And that's different. So if the intention is there, they're doing these things because the person they're doing it to wants them to, and it's a loving relationship, then there's no issue. As long as it's just between them. So having a darkness in you that prefers different things is not evil. And if it doesn't affect anybody of the light, then I don't see an issue with that. You shouldn't be judging them. There is no sin. This is the thing that people miss. There is no sin. It's free will. It's just a place of learning. You're here to learn. And if your intention is good, then why should you be punished by having good intentions? You shouldn't. So it's all about the intention. If the intention is correct, then there is no punishment. There shouldn't be. You're just learning and living and experiencing life on earth. Now, there can't be any sin because we were told, died for our sins. The only sin is failure. Sin is failure. That's the synonym for sin is failure. And it's proven because he says, the only way to my Father is through me. That's the only sin. Because he says, everlasting life. The wages of sin is death. Which means you don't get everlasting life. So you must have failed. The sin is the failure to find the Creator who promises everlasting life. That's it. Wage of sin is death. So that means it costs you your life because you don't get everlasting life because you didn't find the Creator, the Father. Doesn't mean to say you have to go through this person, you should, Jesus, whatever. You have to go through this person. It means you have to do what this person did. So through me is listening to me and doing the things, not me, just what was said. Listening to me and doing the things that I do will get you ascended to Father. So it's not that you have to go through that person, is that you have to listen and do what this person is saying and what this person is doing. So through doing the acts that this person is doing, you're going to ascend too. You're going to rise through your chakras, get the Kundalini awakening, blah, 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 have the ascension, and then join Father. Excuse me. Gandhi, on its way to prayer meeting, soon goes a Hindu, fired 3 bullets into Gandhi's chest. The pistol looked closely. Authenticity is the new sexy. You wear it well. Sharing inner truth. Thanks for sharing. Thank you, Angel. I think you're a lot better at this than I am. I don't think I know. You're a lot better at this than I am. And again, I'm only sharing what I see to be truth. In the words, this is the only thing it can mean based on the information that there is. Can't mean anything else. If this was said and this was done with these words, then it has to mean this. Otherwise it won't work. You can't have pillars holding, the world up because there's nothing underneath supporting the pillars. If there's nothing underneath supporting the pillars, then you might as well get rid of the pillars. So whoever, believes that it's a physical thing, no, there's something wrong there. So what word did they change from pillars? And that's rules. The rules of the universe. Them are the 7 pillars that our world rests on. A bit like saying the 10 commandments, but they're the 7 rules. So when you look at the words, but you look at the synonym, you find the truth of how they hid everything. And it's like when you search through the names with J, you find out most of them are connected to Yah, the Y. And then you have to ask yourself, well, why have they done that? You know, there has to be a reason. And then you get to the fact that they're still here. They're here and they're using our energy and stealing our money. And, you know, you find out about the maritime law and the land law and all of those things. You know, what if land is not an issue? You find out the birth canal, why they call it the birth canal, and how they take your name and use it. And they're trying to do it even more so now with the ID stuff. And now you know how come they're so rich and how come they own, you know, pretty much everything. And we pay into them. Like we go to work, we're working for them to make them money, and they pretend to give us money for working for them. But the money they give us goes right back to them. We spend it back to them, so we get taxed in the first place. But then we give it back. We go to the stores and we put money back into their pockets, which they said they gave to us. So that was our first, not the first, but part of our downfall, money. They created money, so we had to work for it so we could make them rich. That don't make sense. So if they own, say they only owned 80% of the companies, and you work for a company that they own, they give you money, and then you go to other companies that they own and you spend your money in those companies, they haven't give you anything. You've been working, here you go, say $100. There you go, there's $100. And you go out and you spend $100 in these stores and it's gone straight back to them. So you work for nothing. You just give them their money back. And they're laughing. Same with the banks. They're just, it's all just a way of taking your energy and your finances. And it's wrong. It's just so wrong. So, anyway, I better go soon. The golden ticket. Oh no, that must be Willy Wonka. Question. Oh, sorry, I thought you were asking questions. Question everything. Open-mindedness yields possibilities. Oh yeah. Vote them in so they can puppeteer us as slow. Yeah, you know, that's the worst thing that there is. There is no choice. Like, it doesn't matter who you vote. Doesn't matter who you vote in. They're not in charge. The people above them are the ones that are in charge. And if they won't toe the line, they're gotten rid of. You know, it's that simple. Which is why, you know, if people in the future aren't in a government job for the sole purpose of helping people, then they won't have a job. You're supposed to be there to caretake people, not use them and be rich. You shouldn't be in government to be rich. You shouldn't be in any job. Well, I suppose you should be in rich if you want to be rich, but you shouldn't be stepping on people to make money. You should be, if you're in a job to help people, you should be helping those people. Yeah, you basically, but like I say, money is energy. So it doesn't matter whether it's your physical energy or your financial energy. It's all energy going back, you know, going back to them. But everything is energy. So you just gaining energy and losing energy at the same time. Hey, you're a good one, you are. Can't be stolen. Iranian will move to the UK. I think they moved everywhere, haven't they? Yes, they do always provide. And that's, where we need to get to, that the earth has everything that we need and we don't need to destroy it by getting it, but they've gone too far. And most of it is to try and destroy us. Once they get the clones and the AI and the robots, or they're not going to get them, but that was the plan, to get as many of those and get rid of us, and then they can be God, which is their whole aim. Their aim is to be gods, to rule. That's the aim, but that ain't going to happen. So anyway, I'm going to go. Like I say, you don't have to believe a single word that I'm saying. You don't have to believe anything that I say. But the truth is the truth. Anything that I say, my own thoughts, is one thing. But the words that I show you, they're true. They're real. That's fact. And because of that fact, when you put all those words together that you were given in the thrill of the chase, you only get one answer. It's impossible to get different answers when you put them all together. You only get one answer. And it's the same with the Bible. Once you start putting words that make sense into the Bible, you get a totally different story. There was no rib, it was DNA that was taken from Adam that got Eve. But all the other stuff, like if you eat from the fruit, you will surely die. He didn't say that. He couldn't have said that. Because if you're a divine being, you don't lie. If you're telling someone they will die if they eat the fruit and they don't die, you're a liar. You're a liar. It's that simple. And if you're a divine being, you're not going to lie to them. Either they are going to die or they're not, and they didn't die. Either they didn't eat from the fruit, or they ate from the fruit and they didn't die. But they didn't die, so there's a lie there somewhere. Then they leave the Garden of Eden and bump into these other people. Hang on. If you're the first people, if you're the first two people on earth, how'd you get kicked out of the Garden of Eden and then bump into someone else? That can't be right. So, must have been other people on the earth. And it goes on. The ark. The ark is full of all these animals that they got from all over the world, which is impossible. But if that's the case, when it landed on Mount Ararat, every kangaroo, every polar bear must all live in that area of the world, and they don't. Every panda. Like, if you took all the animals, 2 by 2, and then the ark landed on this mountain, and then let all the animals go, then all the animals should be living there. There shouldn't be, kangaroos in Australia, but no kangaroos near Mount Ararat. That's impossible. So there's information that is impossible, but you have to go behind the information to try and find out what is the real truth. If all the animals went on that ark, then when the ark actually came to land, every animal that went 2 by 2 into that ark should be living in that area. Otherwise, it means that they would have had to travel all over the world and drop them animals off again. Like pick them up and then drop them off again. in those places, and that was never mentioned, so that never happened. So that's very hard to believe. Then you have the, well, if only, firstly, if it was Adam and Eve, incest, etc., to get the generations going. But even if it stopped then and it was Noah's Ark, then only Noah's family. So same thing, incest and everything to get the generations going. So either incest is illegal or it's a God-given must do. And when I say God, Father God, not Gad God. So if there are rules, then those rules have to make sense. And some rules don't make sense. They don't make sense based on the information that we've got. So you have to try and work out, why did we get the information and why doesn't it make sense? So the way I see it is, the enlightened stuff comes from Yahusha, Christ, the original Christ, Sophia, or Isis and Osiris, like those sort of beings. And then the lies come from these Anunnaki types that want to rule everything and want to destroy what they can't rule. Tesla bots will be delivering pizzas. They'll be driving side of trucks. Not on the timeline I'm existing on. No Tesla bots there. Uber will be like Total Recall Taxi. I watched the new Running Man the other day. I wasn't that impressed, to be fair. Plenty of twisted narrative for sure. People who were more devoted to power than truth. Yeah, and that's the problem, and that's what they're still doing now. That's exactly like the media is supposed to be telling us the truth, but it's so scripted and so wrong. In 20, 30 years, people will believe all that's been said and done. They will believe all of that, even though it's rubbish. And then in 100 years and 300 years, thank you. Yeah, I'm going to go because it's 3-3 or 3-3-2. Well, it'll be 3-3-3 by the time I finish, I think. So that's not a bad number, is it? But 3-3-2 is a pretty good number as well. So 3:30 in the morning, that's a little bit late. So thanks for sharing, watching. Thanks for the nice comments. Thanks for the beautiful vibes. 11. Oh, they're good numbers as well. 11 and 33. 331 is my B day. Ooh. I probably said that wrong. B day. 333. Yeah, that would be good. So Tesla bot costs $19,000. Don't know if I'm going to be getting one of those. Anyway, on the free, I think I'll leave it there. Like I say, don't have to believe it. Just told you the truth, showed you the truth. You can believe and do what you want to do. Ciao. Take care. Sleep well. Tatty bye.